Hello! 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 Sorry for the wait. I was in the bathroom. I will get the micro music up. But anyway, hello! It is me, the Skelly of Ace. And we are doing drawing. We're doing art. Some drawing. I forgot to take out the my pen, my stylus. Also, we're going to start off with her. Also, I need to rename this layer. And yes, I did make another one. It kind of looks bad. Because it's kind of like... It's kind of like based on, you know, her... Kind of like her lore. Because she is like canonically like the adopted sister of another Just Dance character who is part of the lore. So I wanted to try and figure out a color palette kind of like based on that. But of course it looks kind of bad. I'm gonna turn off the color layer. Wait, no, that was not what I meant to do. Okay. Of course, this does look very, very messy. But that's kind of like... what to expect when it comes to like stuff like this. You know, it's going to end up being a little messy. Besides, this isn't going to be like the official version. It's still very, very sketchy. Like, it's a lot of just sketch. So I think I'm going to, change that. Which I honestly probably should have, like, hold on. Give me a moment, chat. I'm going to rename this. Okay. Let's change font. Okay. Okay, save this. Okay. And another. Okay. I have acquired a few references. Okay, I just went to the Just Dance wiki and just doing these two screenshots. Also, I was trying to kind of like make this a little, her second outfit look similar to what Wanderlust here wears, you know, in, you know, his outfit. It's in, you know, Just Dance. But I now realize that the colors don't really look that great on her. Which means I'm gonna have to do that. and figure out something different. Like, I could use the blue. And kind of like I can probably like make this the kind of figure out if I could possibly make this like the underside of her hair. And for anyone wondering why the underside, again, so I should probably like explain some of the lore for Asphodel. So basically, like, she isn't really like, I didn't really make her to be like an actual blood sibling of, you know, Wanderlust. Even though they do share like a very strong bond that is very much sibling-like. They even have a little sibling greeting. You know, that sort of stuff. But they are, in fact, adopted. It's siblings. And it's... Allow me to explain. So, basically... Asphodel here... She was kind of like... stuck in the abyss, let's just say. She was stuck in the abyss of Flow World. And, she actually... He was originally thought of by, like, Cianova and the Traveler to be, like, you know, an imaginary friend that Wanderlust came up with. You know, like, little kid things. And all that sort of stuff. Like, a lot of kids have imaginary friends. I don't know if I had an imaginary friend as a kid, but... I doubt I'd remember if I did anyway. But... given how kind of weirdly specific her appearance was, because... the main thing that kind of, like, made Cianova and Traveler suspicious, like, in this, you know, kind of, like, story where Asphodel is kind of in, is the fact that Jan Wanderlust mentions a weird line coming from inside her nose, and that separates her top lip. Like, that kind of made them a little suspicious because, one, you don't really see, that's pretty rare of a trait to have. And, two, that would definitely cause some struggles with, you know, eating food and all that. And lead to, like, malnourishment. But, yeah. Eventually, like, kind of like using an idea from, you know, Wanderlust, Asphodel, like, uses some of her Manifest Some Flow, which is basically, like, Dance versus Magic, to kind of, like, grab the attention of someone who could, like, potentially save her from the abyss of Flow World. And she was found by Sihanover and Wanderlust. And Sihanover was just like, oh god, she is actually real. Then it's just like, I'm taking her in. Because obviously, she was struggling. Like, actively struggling to, like, survive with her cleft lip and palate. So, after she gets taken in by them, after, like, within, like, a little bit of time, she gets the surgery that she needed in order to, like, repair her cleft lip and palate. And after some time, she is finally able to, like, properly eat. And not just eat sludge. Like, finally able to get proper nutrition and, like, eat properly. And yeah, she kind of ends up being adopted by the two and kind of, like, bonded a lot with, you know, Wanderlust, to the point where people don't even realize that they're not even biologically related. Because they act so much like siblings. And it's hard to comprehend that they're not actually siblings by blood. Yeah. So yeah. But eventually, Asphodel does eventually, like, move out of the family home and kind of, like, becomes her own person, like, separate of, you know, of the people who adopted her. And of course she does appreciate that they, you know, took her in and adopted her. But they also encouraged her to kind of, like, figure out who she is as an individual. And yeah. Eventually, she, like, well, it's kind of like something that, you know, they encourage, but she eventually becomes, like, a, you know, fashion designer. Mostly, like, living and operating in Dance City, because that's where most of her clients are. But she does occasionally, like, visit her family. But of course she does try to, like, inform them, like, a few days beforehand. So that they, you know, don't get too surprised. Of course, the only exception is an emergency. Like if she, knows there's some kind of like emergency going on. And she like kind of like needs to like acquire help. Usually the first people she contacts are her parents, even though she is like 25 or 26. Like the first people she contacts is, her adopted family, because they were kind of always her family. She doesn't really know her actual birth family, or if she even has one, and was just like manifested into the world through some means or another. Like, she isn't sure herself. Because she clearly came from something. It's just what she came from, she doesn't know. Like, was she, like, basically, spawned from the pits of hell? Or she is, like, a resurrected child who died in childbirth? Or just, like, some sort of, like, concept that just brought itself to life. She herself is not sure what it is. That caused her to come into existence. But she definitely knows that it's not through natural means. That's the only thing about her creation that she is completely sure about. That she was not created naturally. That's like the only thing she is like fully sure of. That she is not a natural creation. Probably more like a homunculus, if anything. But yeah, that is kind of like explaining what in the world Asphodel is. Because she herself is not fully sure about, what in the world she is. Like, she's like some sort of manifestation of something. But of whatever specific thing she is the manifestation of, nobody really knows. I'm not sure if I should like make her a deity just like Wanderlust and Zihanova. I'm probably not. She's probably closer to like some sort of like, you know, nymph or something like that. Like a minor god. Like, that's what... She's probably, like, not, like, some major goddess or something like that. She's probably just, like... some unfortunate demigod whose creation had a bit of hiccups. And those hiccups led to a cleft lip and palate. I mean, I might just swap out the blue and place it, you know, where her, like, button-up shirt is. And just keep the pink for the undersides of her hair. But I'm not fully sure. But yeah. So, for anyone wondering, why does she have like 3 different, you know, free flowers in her hair? They're made of fabric, actually. In fact, I might swap this one to this side and then swap that one to that side. But I'm not fully sure yet. But basically, the flowers that are in her hair are like of different, you know, species with different kinds of symbolism. Like, for example, the asphodel, which is also her name, it kind of represents the underworld. And like death and stuff. And then there's, of course, the moonflower, which symbolizes like a desire for, you know, romance and stuff. Because, you know, Asphodel does want to eventually have like a romantic partner who, you know, would love her for, you know, who she is, and not like judge her for like anything that is kind of like beyond her control, like her cleft palate. And then there's, of course, some other flowers that she might eventually wear. Some of them are more like regional references, you know, like marigolds or crocuses. But I'm not fully sure. And of course, she is going to have like an alternate outfit. But yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Also, I've been working on this, and I feel like it's pretty much complete. You know, the Shikan no kon no kon no kokoshi tan tan thing. But yeah. Hmm. No. Hmm. Hmm. I think I'm going to do something that I kind of like remember, like sort of vaguely. Like, I believe that you kind of like make this little chart. And basically where the lines here intersect, you add a star. Sukepen? Oh, Sukepen. Oh, this looks nice. It's a little translucent though. I might need to experiment with some of these. Okay, I believe it is this pen. Now, what color do I make the stars? So of course for some of the grids, like where it intersects, I'm not going to fill it out, you know, completely. Now I can make these smaller. And now we do this. And yes, I am literally using my mouse for this. We kind of like fill up like some of these gaps with like smaller stars. And clip. I like. I mean, I could always just use the filter. And just make a super strong blur. And there we go. Do I just use and around where some of these, you know, some of this, like, so the rim lighting, I'm going to erase part of it. Kind of like help add a little more dimension, if you know what I'm, meaning by this. And I'm hopefully just not just yapping. To, the void. But honestly, that is what I do anyway. Both on stream and on social media. I yap into the void. The void. The void, I say. I know. Blur. Blur, blur, blur everything. Also, I find it funny that with how strong I made the Gaussian blur, I made some of the stars green on accident. I find it funny though. No need to worry, y'all. It's funny. I swear, here, chat, it's funny. And honestly, sometimes you get what you get. Like, what happens sometimes happens. And art is a process. Now, where is it? No, I'm not a big fan of that. Okay. 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 And I believe that is done. After like 4 hours in total. Eh. And I like the look of that. That looks good. Looks nice. And I still need to kind of work on this. So now flip horizontal. Now you gotta okay. I'm going to go get Vroid Studio up. So this is sort of what my what the eyes are supposed to kind of look like. You know, in my 2.0. Like their secular heterochromia. And we don't talk about the mess that is the hair. And so what I'm kind of doing here is I'm kind of like trying to figure out the placement of the hair. Like starting with the bottom and going kind of like all the way to the top. Overwrite. But yeah. Overwrite. And now I can kind of like do this. Overwrite. Overwrite. Overwrite once again. Overwrite. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to save that. And I'm going to go do an intermission. Mostly because I need to move around a little bit. Because I've been asleep for like an hour. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I tried to do something, since I tried to kind of like unfuck my pelvis a little bit. I feel like I should remake this. Of course, I made this like years ago, like back in 2021. Oh god, it's been 3 years. Nearly 3 years since I drew this. I feel like I should remake this. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Oh. Also, I've wanted to redraw this for quite a while. And I still remember this flannel pattern giving me so much trouble. And I'm going to... import the original. actually, I'm going to delete these composition squares. Also, you can't believe that I forgot to actually properly fix the intermission screen for so damn long. Like, I didn't think it would take so long. So, by the way, these two characters, they have names as well. This is Billy and this is Panthy. Panthy is non-binary. They use they, them pronouns, and Billy is cis and uses she, her. But she is more of a tomboy. And basically, kind of like, this is from like a story that I made years ago but never really expanded on. But basically, Billy is like a werewolf. She, you know, lives far away from the city. And she, like, humanoid monsters get a lot of discrimination. And, you know, are sometimes outright killed. And, basically, she kind of, like, has to hide her identity. But then she eventually meets others who are kind of like her in a way. And, like, are also monsters. Like Panthy, for example, who eventually becomes her girlfriend. And I think Panthy, I made her a theater kid. Like, she does a lot of the school musicals. And I like to mention that they're both in high school. Because I was in high school at the time that I was writing them. You know? And basically, they're kind of like on a date. Getting boba tea. And for anyone wondering why, if you saw, like, here, the file name, if you were wondering why it was called a lyric drawing project, that's because that's why I was drawing them. I had to make a drawing based on, you know, the lyrics of a song. And I believe I can probably find the song. It is kind of like hinted at. Wait, no. I did not mean to do that. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. It's Bubble Tea by Dark Cat, I believe. And of course, I gave them bubble tea because, you know, as like a reference to the name of the song. And as y'all can see by the watermark, I have not really changed it at all during the past, like, few years that I've, you know, been an artist. Okay. I should probably go grab my composition notes. Because I have, like, some notes on, like, how to do, like, composition and stuff from both high school and college. I'll go grab those. Oh, that's the original sketch. That is from high school. Nope, that's from high school again. Another board box. A whole bunch of cables. RGB strip. Oh, my Japanese piece binder. Awesome. also from high school. Puzzle thing. Goes away. It was not in there. It was not. It was not. Which means it's probably like in my little desk caddy thing. Okay. My folder that I've had is since like middle school, full of like random traditional drawings. So the manga that I have yet to read. Focus. Textbook and a binder. College composition stuff. And probably some stuff from high school as well that I have yet to throw away. Okay, there we go. I found it. It was in my desk caddy. Okay. So I'm going to keep this like off to the side as I'm, doing this. So I'm going to start off with the rule of three, the composition. So I'm making thumbnails. And I think I'm going to make a lamppost here. This is going to be the ground. shit. Dropped my phone. Fuck. Ugh. And my notes from my first semester of college. Fucking hell. Okay. This is like full of some of these. There's only like a few pages of assignments and the rest of this is blank. Oh my god. Sheesh. Did I seriously not take so many notes? So the main thing that I kind of wanted to do for the background is make it more complex and not just have it be a starry night sky, which even though I do love me a starry night sky, I want to make it a little more complex. So I think I'm going to do an S-curve composition next. And I'm also going to center this composition. Oh. Ah, shit. I should probably, like, lock those layers as I work. Also, I'm making Pansy very visibly crouch here because they are tall. They are in fact a very tall non-binary, a very tall NB. Now we go onto the third composition. And I think I'm going to try and do quadrant. Okay. I think I'm going to do the same thing here, like do the S-curve. Actually, I can probably do it a little differently. And now, the lamp. The lamppost. Okay. So Now that I have that, I'm going to do a redesign of these two. So I originally made this on like Fire Alpaca. This ended up being like the design basis for Panthy. So shit. So I'm probably going to keep her hair relatively the same, you know, throughout. Actually, I might still have, like, the paper where I, you know, made the kind of, like, concepts for, you know, her, Panthy, and her siblings. Also, something that I did not do with this is that I forgot to add an overlay to kind of like help them blend into the background better and not just feel like out of place. I forgot to do that. Which fortunately is something I can rectify. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to give her some flyaways as well. No, flyaway hairs. Kind of like to show a little bit of, you know, a bit of her tomboyishness. Even if her, you know, she seems a little girlier. Actually, I think I'm going to try and find it. Because I don't remember the lore on the top of my head. It has been, after all, over 3 years. Okay. That's all the kingdom stuff. Hello, Firefish. Yes, OC lore indeed. I'm just trying to find it. Yeah, this is an old OC. I made her back in like 2021. I always forget to write your own lore down. I mean, I have lore written down. I just don't know where I put it. And instead of continuing the story, you end up making ship content and small scenarios in your head. Yeah, pretty much. Oh. I think I found it. You're the creator of them, so why don't you ever make the ship's canon? Eh. It's like, you're your own OC, these fans, and you make stupid little fanfics about them. Eh. But I was successful. I ended up finding the stuff I have written down about them. And I even have, like, yeah, lore papers indeed. So, I actually have some stuff written down about Billy's species. She is a frost wolf, which is a type of monster based on the Arctic wolf. Hidden essence of the story indeed. And they have a two-coated pelt to regulate their body temperature, given how they live in, like, tundras and, tundras and stuff. And they're often used as sled dogs and are experts in ice magic. They are white with blue-gray markings and more dog-like than most canine monsters, given how some of them have been, domesticated over thousands of years. Like how actual dogs happened. They get along with people, but it also depends on the person. They can kind of sense the vibes, especially if they've, been hurt by people in the past. And they can be solitary or pack creatures, but they are more often like pack creatures, like how wolves are, with their packs. Well, sort of. They have like a wolf form that they can transform into, and that's how they do this sled dog thing. You say Transformers as if that's not one of my special interests! And that I have not plushified, like, at least 10 of them. But there are several characters. So, I don't know if... Well, sort of. Well, usually the sled dog thing is that they're being paid well. But that is, albeit, a more recent development. Well, they aren't technically humans. They're humanoids. And, therefore, and because of their abilities to, like, transform into, like, a wolf, and being able to, pull sleds, they're, like, highly sought after in, like, the more snowy areas of the world. And because of that, a lot of them will pay like good money for, like, they will pay good money for the Frost Wolves to come and, you know, do the sled dog thing. And yeah, but of course that's for those who are like those who transform into a humanoid form, because not all of them are completely sentient, or not all of them are capable of, you know, transforming between different forms. Billy, for example, is capable of it, but she has family who can't. And because of that, those who aren't able to transform often, like, you thought all of them were human transformers. Well, some of them can, like, transform fully. Some can only transform partially. Some, due to some sort of, whether it's, you know, a medical condition or, you know, trauma, are incapable of transforming at all. And in those cases, they are the ones who, like, help guide the sled dogs, or sometimes, or in some cases, they, like, help, you know, lead search teams. For example, if a group of people got lost in a blizzard, they help lead the rescue teams because of their superior senses of smell. And her sense of smell is about as strong as a fox's, which is stronger than an actual dog. And there are, of course, other characters. Like, for example, Billy has a little brother. Yeah, lore from a 3-year-old OC. Yeah, she has been around for that long. And some of my OCs are older. Like, for example, yeah, 4-year-old. Well, actually, she's more like 3. This character has been around for 5 years. And you can see that this is how I used to draw. This character, Aira Nordskov, has been around for, like, actually longer than 5 years. Like 6 or 7, actually. Because she used to be, you know, she used to have a different name. Yeah. She used to have a way different name. And a really different story. And, like, a different world and stuff. But eventually her story changed, and I'm probably going to revise it again. In fact, her story is, like, the closest that has ever gotten to completion. Yeah, you put them in a new world. Yeah. In fact, there's a lot of characters that I need to redo and redesign. Probably once I'm done with my, you know, college hiatus. Which is happening very, very soon. Yeah. I'm glad you think that I'm pretty good with anatomy. I still have some stuff that I need to improve on. But it's better than how I used to draw. You don't know how to do digital art? Well, the first thing you need to do is figure out what program you want to use. I highly suggest going with Fire Alpaca. So, in Fire Alpaca, I say that because I used it for like 5 years before transferring to Clip Studio Paint. Yeah. Fire Alpaca is free. Actually, hold on. Here is Fire Alpaca. It is free software. But you can also use Krita, which is actually what I tried to do when I first started. But because I was using this... Yeah. I actually did try Krita for some time. Yeah. I used to do Fire Alpaca. I did use Krita for a little bit, which is also free. But because I had this like super old drawing tablet that was like ancient, the driver was not compatible, and therefore it would not really respond to the inputs. And therefore I had to switch to Fire Alpaca. And I also got a tablet for Christmas like 1 year, which is kind of just sitting next to my desk gathering dust until I can figure out how to put it in onto my riser. And I can therefore have 3 screens. Yeah, you don't own a tablet? Well, you can always find some that are like really cheap. However, if you want to go with the screen tablet, which is what I use, you're gonna have to fork up some cash. Or if you can't use a drawing tab, if you don't have access to any sort of drawing tablet, then you can do something, you can use like, you know, line tools. Like Fire Alpaca has the, you know, snap. And, yeah. Yeah, pen and paper will have to work for now. Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. I might have to scroll all the way down. Like this. For example, yeah, the traditional ways, I guess, yeah. So this is like the original concept that I made for my VTuber model. And I actually had to use, because I wasn't able to like use my drawing tablet at the time, because I had no way to really fit it on my desk. because I was using this old ass desk, which is apparently probably from like the Victorian era. So it's older than my great grandparents, most likely. But I made this in Fire Alpaca, and I used the snap curve line tool, in order to like make all of these lines, until I was finally able to get my drawing tablet set up in a very awkward way, which involved a night dresser, or like, you know, an end table. And now I need to figure out how to do her outfit. You think it's nice to see people being passionate about things like drawing? Yeah, it is one of my special interests. So of course I am rather passionate about it. But now I need to figure out references. Yeah, you start yapping when someone brings up your OC. They are your children. They are indeed. OCs are kind of like children, in a way. Yeah, but that would also make you a bad parent. Yeah. But they're like your children figuratively. I feel like giving her a hoodie. Yeah, maybe the character wants to be happy and you make them suffer. And unfortunately, that's like the consequences of creation. Just for plot or lore. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am not immune to making my own OC suffer. Like, this character here, this girl, she does have horns, but I still have to add them here. Yeah, we are just some higher beings. Yeah. But she has a pretty traumatic backstory. Like, canonically running away from home bad. Yeah. Yeah. Also, hello, oddly bored. Yeah, this is what she looks like with her horns. But yeah, basically, new person summoned indeed. But yeah. They're your bestie now? Oh god. But yeah, this character, Patchouli, she ran away from home because she was like horribly neglected by her own parents. Well, technically her mother. But yeah, hello Oddly Bored, how are you? But yeah, she ran away with the help of her older sister and was taken in by a church who raised her, and eventually she became a minister in said church. Yeah. But yeah, basically she was emotionally neglected at home, and her older sister just knew that, yeah. Yeah, that could be the case, Fire, or Fishes. But yeah, Patchouli, TLDR, she was being neglected. Her sister was just like, oh no, I do not want this to be her life. I want her to experience love from someone, and helped her run away. And the church did agree beforehand to take in Patchouli, so she did not just randomly come up on their doorstep. And that was like a decade prior to the story. And now Patchouli plans on finding her sister and reuniting. And by the way, their mother is the leader of a country, basically. And they knew that their mom was like also a corrupt leader. And if that's the case, you're just random an NPC. Yeah. But yeah. Their mother is a tyrant indeed. But eventually, after they realize that they're siblings, because they meet but takes like a month or two before they realize that they're, each other's sisters. After that, they decide, hey, mom's been corrupt enough, she needs to die. And they eventually, in the very last chapter of the story, commit matricide. Don't worry, I'm alright. I just have a grudge against my grandmother. And trust me, if you knew about my grandmother, you'd have a grudge against her too. Oh. Oddly's probably just lurking. Or just grabbing some snacks. What happened to my grandma? Well, it's more like things that she did not do. Like, she just outright refused to visit me and my brother, or just like any of her grandkids, and just preferred going to Mexico twice a year instead of visiting. That, and she was like incredibly manipulative to my dad and my aunt. That, and she married a piece of shit whose death my parents celebrated. I don't know what her problem is. Like, I mean, she also believes that I am, you know, not my dad's kid. Yep. So, allow me to explain something about my dad's side of the family, specifically the side from my grandmother. You have, like, very strict roles that you are part of. Like, most of my dad's side of the family is not okay in the head. But yeah. So basically, it was kind of like very culty. And like you kind of like had to fit in a very specific role for like the entirety of your life. And for me, that role is the bastard child. Like, they just refused to believe that I was, you know, my dad's kid. Despite how similar I am to him. Like, physically and in terms of personality. In fact, it got to the point where when I was like 2 years old and I was at my aunt's wedding, my second great grandmother, or my great grandmother actually, she was questioning where I got my curls from, and my great aunt, who is actually like only 2 years older than my dad, it's a little complicated. It's just like, look at your own head, mom. And for the record, I did thank her like a few months ago when I had to go to Wisconsin for a funeral. Well, there's only one explanation I have for that. They were basically a cult. Yeah, that's all I can really describe them as. They're basically just like, they behave like a cult. Yeah, let's not talk about that indeed. But yeah, I based that character's mom off my grandma. Yeah. I mean, I do have a bit of craziness on my mom's side too, but in the case of my grandma, that can be explained by genuine mental illness. Like, she was genuinely mentally ill and wasn't able to get treated for like a good chunk of her life. I mean, even when she like tried to get professional help at a mental hospital, she was denied because she wasn't that far gone yet. Yeah, this was... So, I like to mention that this was, like... That likely happened in, like, the late 50s or during the 60s. Yeah. Yes, I am in the United States. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's okay though. She is in a nursing home and is kind of like stubbornly refusing to die. Despite, you know, all the mental illness and, you know, the schizophrenia and dementia. Yeah. Yeah. And she did, but unfortunately, for a long time, she could not. And that led to some trauma being implanted on my mom and her 4 other siblings. And their dad did not pick up the slack. Like, my mom generally thought that she was, like, poor for a long time. Despite, like, you know, being in a private school and all that. But that was because their dad genuinely forgot to feed them. Like, he genuinely forgot to get food for his kids. That, and I like to mention that my mom... Yeah, that's even worse than someone just leaving. Yeah. And my mom kind of told me this while laughing as well. Hell, I think. Probably because of how ridiculous it was. Yeah. Unfortunately, it was like so long ago that I don't think you could even press charges anymore. Like, that's how long it has been. Because this was in like the 80s. Yeah. Well, I'm sure she was not in fact okay with it, but it's more like a what can you really do now? Oh, because she can't really like do much about it now. Because that was like 40 years ago when all that occurred. So she can't really do anything about it now. I think it would count as neglect. Like, in legal terms. Yeah, you forgot the world existed. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes things are crazy indeed. Yeah, things are alright now. I mean, my mom still has a bit of a rocky relationship with her dad. But she did not, you know... But at least it's, you know, all in the past. But I'd like to mention that my mom had, like, severe asthma way back then as well. Like, it was so bad that when she stepped into, you know, the allergist that treated my mom for, like, 30 years and who retired recently, he was just like, how are you even alive? Like, how did you step into this place? Like, she's a bit of a legend for that allergist. Because of how severely bad her asthma was. Yeah, my mom had asthma attacks a lot. Unfortunately, I haven't had as severe asthma as my mom. Like, the last time I really had, like, a bad asthma attack was when I was a toddler. But that was because my allergies were being provoked. By goose feathers in a pillow. And yes, I am allergic to feathers. Which made the whole bird incident suck. Yeah. Things like that sound very unbelievable to you. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things about the United States can sound like very unbelievable to someone who is not in the US and has never really spent time in the US. Is stuff like that normal? You asked the worst person you could if that was normal. I mean, a lot of us are already in therapy. I haven't really been in therapy for a while. Yeah. Dude, that's what even is considered normal these days. Yeah. Yeah, just think of what would make everyone happy. Yeah, like chill stuff. Yeah. Like not having to deal with endometriosis anymore. And yes, I have endometriosis. It's starting to get... And I was sick of it since I was 15. I've been dealing with this fucking... What? Endometriosis. Basically, like, the uterine lining will just clip out. Like, in gamer terms, it will no-clip out of the uterus and into other organs. Or onto them. Causes a lot of fucking pain. Yeah. And it can even go into the brain. Yeah. Endometriosis is a condition. Yeah. So, endometrium is, the lining of the uterus. And let's make a very crude drawing of a uterus over here. So if it, goes outside of the uterus, then that is referred to as endometriosis. 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 Yay, biology class all over again. And here's the thing though. I didn't learn that endometriosis was a thing until my mom told me about it. And I don't know if they even teach that during sex ed and in any other places in the United States. Like, I don't know if they even teach anyone about any of the conditions that could fuck up your uterus. Like PCOS and stuff. So yeah. Free biology lesson for today's stream. And that's the Twitter. So yeah. I didn't learn about that condition until my mom was just like, yeah, more knowledge is always helpful. It is indeed. You didn't know about it until now. And that sucks. Because I really feel like a lot of people, especially those who, you know, have a uterus, like, regardless of their gender, and especially those who are, like, especially those who have a uterus, and therefore might have that condition, or those who, or just everyone in general, because you may never know. Like, teach them about, you know, some of the signs of, you know, certain, you know, conditions. Which, I like to mention that I received a Southerner's education. And therefore, I don't really know much about certain stuff. Yeah, you can just teach everyone biology, indeed. But usually that's part of, like, you know, PE. And you actually have to give a form out and have your parents sign it to, like, if you want to be opted out. Or if your parents do not want you to learn that shit. Which is fucked up. Yeah, that's a thing in the US. At least where I'm from, which is the South. Like, they have to give you a form explaining what they're going to teach you when they are teaching sex ed in your health class. And you can literally opt out, or your parents can opt you out of that course. You know, so you don't have to, so you don't get to learn any of that stuff. Yeah. Unfortunately, some people in the US, especially in the South, do think of the contrary. And it leads to people like me who learn that stuff through fanfic instead of, you know, the proper place to learn it. Like, learning about stuff in the classroom? No. Archive of our own in Wattpad. Well, apparently to some it is forbidden knowledge. Yeah. Facts and research, some people just don't care about that. And apparently. And I'm being 100% serious. Like, some people don't even care. They genuinely want the public to not be as informed. Because people who are not that educated are easier to manipulate. It sucks and it's a hellscape. Yeah, the US is indeed crazy. It's crazy! Like, how do you expect equality when people don't even have common sense? You don't! Like, you don't expect it at all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is kind of just like that as the hellscape of the United States. You don't even know what race was until you touched English media. Oof. Oh, I should probably, like, switch to my usual pen tool. Actually, hold on. Yeah, like before that you thought race was nationality? Nope, they're different things. It's usually based on, like, continents. Like the continents your ancestry come from. And usually, like, also, like, physical features can, like, determine your race. Until you're, like, white passing. But yeah. Like, yeah. Like, you're white and Asian 50-50. Yeah. Like, it's just... Race is usually separated into, like, several things, like... European... and Asian... African American... Native American... and, or, you know... Latin American. Then you have, like, Australian Aboriginal and also Pacific Islander. Yeah, European is a race. And you might hear that being referred to as Caucasian, but that's specifically for, like, the Caucasus. Yeah. You didn't know that until you touched English media. You just consider yourself Finnish when someone would ask your race. Oh. Now you somewhat know. Well, race is technically also ethnicity. You didn't think about that until the internet touched you. Yeah. Yeah. So, race is generally, like, you know, like what continent your ancestors, you know, kind of come from. Or, like, what sort of traits you have. Yeah, definitely more American views on it. Yeah. But at least for me, what I interpret it as is ethnicity is, like, what culture you are from. Like, ethnicity is culture. Or, like, you know, microcultures and all that. Like, everyone around me was just Finnish no matter what they looked like. Yeah. And of course, you can be, like, one ethnicity and, you know, you can probably be, like, one ethnicity, but also be a different race. If you ask Europeans as a race, they'd question your sanity. European is Caucasian. Well, technically, Caucasian is, like, from the Caucasus regions. Like, that's where the word originates from. And the people there were considered like the pinnacle of like beauty. And therefore they kind of like, yeah, most identify as white plus country of origin. Yeah. I mean, in like the US, a lot of like, you know, your ethnic background is like a big part of your identity. Because not all of us come from, you know, the same place. And, you know, we're kind of like a pseudo melting pot of cultures. And because of that, there's like different cultures in different ways they intersect. So a lot of it's, you know, there's separate ethnicities, you know, in certain places. And a lot of them also intersected. Like, this is, a lot of it can be told by, like, food. So we technically can draw our origins to the same place overall. Yeah, true. All humans came from Africa. Yeah, you're surrounded by blonde white people constantly. Yeah. Also, for anyone who is curious about this color palette for her, yeah, black hair and eyes, yeah. Also, for anyone wondering what this color palette is, I straight up just color picked from the lesbian flag. I'm not even joking. I literally just took some of the colors from the lesbian flag and just put them on these characters. I was not being subtle at all. Yes, slay, indeed. Yeah, and to be fair, I do this a lot with some of my LGBT characters. Like, especially early on. Like, I have one character who's kind of like a magical girl. And her magical girl form is kind of like a galaxy like, so I could theoretically get away with it. But her colors are all the colors of the bisexual flag. Like, I'm not very subtle. Yeah, not quite at all. And let's not talk about Panthy either, because her colors are both the non-binary... I mean, their colors are both the non-binary flag and the lesbian flag. Like, the oranges of the lesbian flag and the purple of the non-binary flag. So yeah, I'm not very subtle. Especially way back then, I was not very subtle about the sexualities of my characters. And sometimes the gender. Yeah. Usually you'd make all your characters your characters first and then later start maybe think about their sexuality. Well, usually that's what I do as well. And sometimes I like to incorporate it into their color palette. Which is how you get those not very subtle colors. Here's denoting their sexuality. Yeah, it's a small thing about them, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's more like an Easter egg, like a if you know, you know whole thing. And also because in like theater and stuff, like color is often used when, you know, trying to signify that some characters have a connection. And of course, more recently, I have not really been doing this. Like, if I go all the way to, if I can find where it is. Like, the very first thing I made in Clip Studio Paint. Oh, there it is. So this character is trans. She's a trans woman. And I mostly added the pink because I didn't want to like pick a different color. I've gay, few lesbian OCs, but that's not really important to you. You just like making characters. Yeah. I mean, I might make some of this stuff with, you know, so the characters a little more subtle. Like, sort of things that, you know, that represent, like, you know, homosexuality or, you know, being trans and stuff. Like, certain colors of flowers. And like make that so people who know those things, yeah, nice little hints indeed. But yeah. And sometimes the most obvious hints can go over someone's head as well. Like, I could literally have the two characters kiss, and someone will just assume that they're just very close friends. Yeah. You don't really put that in your design if you make a character. Yeah, sometimes it's something that can come later. Like, for example, one of my Transformers OCs, Magpie, she has functional neurological disorder. However, that is not something that that's not the condition I originally planned on her having. It just matched with, you know, the sort of, like, things she kind of has and does. You know, it just made the most sense. Yeah. Is that giving them that romance? Yeah. Or you could always make some sort of, like, joke. Like, if you have a pan character, it could go the multilingual route and have them with a piece of bread. Because in many languages, bread is pronounced pan. Yeah, a pun indeed. Yeah. It's like a multilingual pun with, you know, some characters. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good pan indeed. In fact, the reason why in a lot of Asian countries the word heard for bread is pan, it's because of like Portugal, well, and Spain, because Portugal especially did a lot of trading with like Japan and stuff before they, you know, isolated themselves. But yeah. I mean, I do have like a Japanese American character. Like, she's actually like been around since like 2018. She's like one of my oldest OCs that I still somewhat use. And she is, you know, I plan on her probably being like Pan. So I'm probably going to like make some art with her where she is like just munching on some like sweet bread or milk bread. Or just like sandos, you know, Japanese sandos. Like as like, you know, a subtle nod to her being Pan. Well, until it's something similar to Pan. Yeah. You're just adding Hanom Pan. Yeah. Yeah, at least that's how you'd write it. Yeah. In English letters. Yeah. I said it pretty well. Kanompan? Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you think that you believe that I pronounced it pretty well. Now, what color do I make her boots? Should I go with something more red? I mean, I could always just... Fuck, wrong layer. I could always do something like this. Yeah. But it's almost perfect, but you don't even have that good Thai pronunciation because it's not your first language. Yeah, that's understandable. Hmm. Hard languages to learn. Yeah. Some languages are like really, really difficult to learn. And a lot of it like depends on like what language is, you know, your native language. Because if, for example, I don't really speak any other languages other than English, but I did learn a few other languages. Like, I learned Spanish for 2 years, and then I took Japanese for 4. Yeah, your native language is not related to any language. Yeah. Well, a lot of like how difficult learning a language can be is like how it can compare and contrast to your native language. Yeah, it's because you speak Finnish. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah, no language is similar. I accidentally pressed enter too early. No, I did not delete my drawing. I just renamed it. Yeah. It's understandable, though. Your bestie is gone! And now it is time to do Panthy. You only knew them for a few minutes. Yeah. I already miss them. Do I have a thing that I almost always repeat with my OCs? I'm not fully sure, or if I do. If anything, it's the one thing that repeats is they're almost always neurodivergent. Like, it's almost always the case that they're neurodiverse in some capacity. Like, whether or not they're autistic, have ADHD, or something else. like some other condition. They, yeah, you always make that chaotic world as warriors or calculative masterminds. Yeah. For me, I almost always like make neurodivergent characters. Yeah. I mean, it's probably a consequence of me also being neurodivergent and just inflicting my neurodiversity beam on my characters. But that's kind of what I do the most. Yeah, you try to stay away from your comfort zone. Yeah. But you then end up making characters you're not interested in? Yeah. That can be some kind of a dangerous territory, because a lot of the things you have to make characters that you're interested in. And you know, want to kind of see. Yeah, usually use your experiences as a good way to make characters. I mean, a lot of the time I do it unintentionally. Like, I end up often, like, especially when I'm writing, I end up accidentally making some characters, like, neurodivergent coded. But yeah. You're more self-aware when you make a character, you try to always make them very different from each other, so none of them stand out too much out of your world building with the characters. Yeah. And that was a Jow Palp. Palp of the Jow. Yay. Oh god, it's been 3.5 hours since I started stream. I love making stories. Like, almost all of my characters have some sort of lore. Well, the only tip I really have is to write. Like, start writing. And, of course, gather a lot of references. Yeah, you're bad at story writing, you can only make backstories. Well, what helped me, like, kind of become a better writer was joining roleplay communities, actually. Like, back when Google Plus was a thing. I used to do a lot of roleplay on that. And that kind of helped me with, like, learning how to become a better writer. Like, over years and years, I started kind of becoming better. And something that I often do with my own stories is that I write out the scenes that I know are going to happen. And, you know, when they kind of correlate with each other. And then I write out the parts in between. Yeah. I'm glad you appreciate the advice. You need to get out of your comfort zone. Yeah. But the most important thing about getting out of the comfort zone is knowing when you have reached your limit and need to go back in. But yeah, when it comes to like writing, a lot of like the most important thing is it's 12 p.m. for you, so you're heading to sleep. All right. Have a good sleep. AM depends. Like if you're using like the military time, 12 p.m. is 1200. If it's midnight or 12 a.m., it's 0. Oh, I believe. $23.39. So it's almost midnight for you. So nearly 12 a.m. Yeah. Good night, indeed. Yeah. Hopefully I will have fun dwowing. Yeah. Say goodbye to your bestie forever. Yeah. Maybe we'll meet in another life. Yep. Adios, amigo. Shit. I forgot to change that. Mm-hmm. Wah. Hmm. I'm gonna start putting in some of the colors in now. All right. I forgot to switch to the other pen. Ack. Hmm. It's giving highlighter. So I think I'm going to go do an intermission since I've been doing this for like several hours at this point. And yeah, I sort of need a break. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I actually did not even leave my room or my desk. I just sat up and tried to like unfuck my pelvis a little bit. So yeah. Now I need to figure out what outfit to put what outfit to put Panthy in. I feel like a business clothes kind of person. Like the kind of person that would wear stuff with, you know, pant loops. Like they would wear kind of like they'd wear like a straight-legged pants. Partially because, you know, school uniforms and dress codes, and also because they are a theater kid and like to dress in a very formal way. And I am never going to forget the pockets. Make them extra long as well. Okay, I have found a suitable reference. My stomach is growling. Maybe I should have gone out of my room and grabbed a snack. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I have a section for school uniforms. I mean, for this character, I feel like they would probably, like... If they were to, like, try and do anything outside of the dress code, they'd probably do it with, like, their tie. Like, probably wear, like, a funky little tie. Because it's probably one of the few things that can't really be modified, you know, in the uniform. So they kind of like probably like wear a bunch of different themed ties. A lot of it is probably like theater kid stuff. Hmm. And now we gotta do the shoes. I just saw an ant. Just run underneath my drawing tablet. I'll eventually get it. Loafers. And now it is time to color even more. And take this black for the loafers. Give them that non-binary finery. Hmm. Actually, yeah, I could go with that. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I'll make this the color of their. I think I'll make this the pant color. No, I think I'm going to. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's way better. Make that the color of the socks. And now let's crop this. I almost forgot their tail. Oopsie. Oopsies. I almost forgot the tail. And there we go. And now it's time to do Billy. Okay, there we go. Now I can probably like make this bigger. Here we go. Okay. I think I'm going to try and go do something else. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay, nothing changed. I can probably just leave it like that. Okay. I do have a reference of what kind of like what the wings are kind of meant to look like. I might need to look up what bat wings look like because I don't think I have a reference at hand. So and there we go. Now let's clean this up. Now I'm going to go use the curve tool. This is so that I can, you know, get consistent lines throughout this, you know, piece. Okay. Now I'm going to like completely put all the details in. Because, you know, laziness and all that. I just don't want to bother. Mm. Okay. Okay, I put that over there. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm going to... I think this is probably a good time for me to end stream. It's been about 5 hours total of me drawing, pretty much. Which... I don't think I've drawn for this long. Like, at all. If I'm being honest. Well, maybe I have, but it was not while streaming. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be more Hades. And then on Friday we'll be doing Skyrim, and last week will be my last week of streaming before I have to focus on college. So yeah. I'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST or 1300 24-hour clock time. But yeah. Let's see. I'm just going to end stream. You know, no rating today. But yeah, I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. Bye y'all!